Hello, everyone. Yeah, let me fix the camera. Still on top of head. Is that better? A little bit.
Well, you have to sit back first. Yes.
Okay, now I can see the top of my head.
Yes. We can see the top of your head.
Let's fix the color. Because while I may be pale because I live in San Francisco, I am not pasty.
You don't live in San Francisco anymore.
I mean, Seattle.
Yes.
Well, same thing with San Francisco.
It is, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I am presently as, pigmented as I ever get.
Mm-hmm.
Which is to say, not at all.
So I've got a bottle of apple flavor vape that I really don't like. Yesterday or the day before, when we were going out at an ungodly hour of the morning.
You accidentally filled your vape unit with the hideous stuff?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I am just now got it low enough that I can replace the flavor.
I'm sorry.
Or at least mix in a new one.
Yes, Oh God O'Clock is in fact an unholy hour.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, saw Ortho today.
Mm-hmm.
He was very pleased.
Oh, good.
Apparently, and nobody actually mentioned to me before I had surgery.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently it is not uncommon after breast surgery for shoulders to tighten up a lot.
Oh.
And so the fact that mine is still very tight and I'm really, really, really working at it. Is actually not unexpected. He thought I would be quite a bit tighter than I am.
Okay.
So, I don't feel so bad on the rolling back, the progress with the surgery.
I would have been surprised if it had rolled back much.
Well, they told me to expect about 4 weeks. So instead of being at week 17, I am at, where they expected me to be at week 13, except that I really am doing better than week 13. I'm not quite up to week 17 standards. But I'm not as far behind the ball as I could have been.
Have you heard?
As they expected me to be.
Have you heard anything from Caribbean today?
I have not. What else? Well, I did early this morning because she asked if I needed my hair braided. And I told her I didn't because it was fine from yesterday. And she said, "Okay, I'm going back to bed then." But I have not heard from her since then. They have one. Today may be potluck, so we may not see her until later.
I was thinking she might have something going on today.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Let's put on this.
She did say she was feeling much better.
Oh, good.
But if I didn't actually need her to go to PT with me, then she'd go back to bed.
Okay.
And she did. And she did.
The reason I keep thinking you're actually making more progress than normal is you're actually using your arm. Most people, when they get an injury like that, they will slack off from actually using it or favor it. And you haven't really been doing that.
True. And part of that, for better or worse, is, I started doing range of motion stuff while I was in the hospital before I got any orders whatsoever. Because I'd been through it with the other arm.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a solid year and a half.
Yeah.
Probably sneaking up on 2 years. He also, by the way, was very pleased though with my range of motion on the other arm. Which is the one that he installed the new elbow in 5 years ago. Because I got, kind of hurted on my PT because COVID started. And he was still very pleased with, where I've kind of ended up, So that is all good. And he also knows that, it seems like forever to me, but and the other thing that he had a medical student with him this morning. And we talked a little more extensively and a little more casually. Because I've been seeing the guy for years. And one of the points that he made to her was, that some patients are assiduous with their rehab, and some patients are not. And, this is what a patient who is really assiduous with their rehab looks like.
Yep.
And I kind of chuckled. I told her, I said, yeah, I've been in rehab over half my life. I've been in physio half my life. And I've had some pretty major procedures where I didn't get appropriate physio.
Yeah.
And so I have the context of, what that means to long-term recovery.
Well, Jerry's upstairs neighbor, when him and his wife were alive, she developed, what's the pinched nerve in the legs? Sciatica? No, it's not sciatica.
It is.
It is?
It's sciatica.
Okay. I think at least partly her death was the result of her physical therapy. Because they had her favoring the leg that had the pinched nerve and had her sedentary or using a cane all the time, rather than going out and trying to push it a little bit and to at least keep in shape.
Right. The deconditioning. That
Yeah.
is a huge risk. And right now, like I have a bicep,
Mm-hmm.
and I sort of have a deltoid, and I have no tricep at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, with her, because she was a cancer survivor, breast cancer survivor, I think her being that sedentary and not doing anything and having to use a cane all the time and having to favor it so much that it just allowed the cancer to come back, because she wasn't out doing anything. She wasn't really fighting. If that makes any sense.
It does. It's,
And that's not what I'm familiar with that type of rehab for sciatica.
That is not typical. But they may have considered her such a high fall risk.
Mm.
For example, that's one reason to.
She was never a high fall risk before that, though.
Yeah, but she may have had her, her balance may have been affected by the cancer treatment.
Mm-hmm.
That is not typical.
Well,
having had, literally lost count of the number of back surgeries I've had.
Yeah, and her cancer was estrogen fed.
Mm-hmm.
Or estrogen sensitive.
Sensitive, yeah.
So she had to make sure that she kept her estrogen down as well. But she was not really in remission. But with her keeping the estrogen low, she was able to keep it under control. But yeah, that physical therapist was terrible. I'm also wondering if his treatment was something to do with age, because she was an older woman with sciatica, so he kept her from moving around much.
Possibly.
Making her act her age, which was really bad for her.
It's not doing her any favors. Yeah, that's one of the things, I've learned about doing physical therapy for most of my life.
There's some really bad therapists out there. There's some really good ones out there too, but
yeah,
there's some really bad ones.
Knock wood, I have had generally very good ones.
Yeah.
Although my first big back surgery, which was ginormous, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
I had PT while I was in the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
and I was in the hospital for 20 odd days.
Mm-hmm.
But I never had another moment of PT.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that was, you know, we lived out in a pretty rural place,
Mm-hmm.
and the nominally responsible rental unit did not drive.
Exactly, Draconis. Well, like I said, there are some really good physical therapists out there.
There are.
But they really get overshadowed by the really bad ones, unfortunately.
Yeah, like I say, I've only had one who was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a matter of not paying attention to the fact that, you know, my spine is fused from the middle of my shoulder blades to my tail.
Uh-huh.
And so they have to make some accommodations for that. And this therapist was, you know, a real by the book sort who did not grok that, you know, all of the things in the book were not going to work for me, not because I wasn't engaging, because, you know, my body doesn't work that way. But the other side of it too is, before I had the first back surgery, I was a gymnast. You know, the joy of hypermobility disorders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dragon Lord, Ice and I do not get along. But the reason that Ice and I do not get along is I have, at this point, probably approaching a pound of metallic implants. I have lots of bone level metal. So, yeah, Ice and I are not friends. And I do need to find someplace that will that'll fill my script for a decent TENS unit. I have a cheap one. I can't find my really good one from years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I did get a script for another TENS unit as well. Medicare.
Oh.
So it's got to be a durable medical goods supplier to Medicare.
That's wrong. There. Does that mean that still has to come down one? No. Okay. I know where I'm getting confused.
Are you on the back wall?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, he has a problem. I think we set a intervention or something.
Well, yeah, you know, these things do happen.
He was so young.
Yeah, but when you come out that back door, you see nothing but that ugly wall.
True. Or when you approach from behind the wall, you get there and it's like, oh,
Two
well.
wolf. You have a bunch of blown plates and screws now. You start PT next. Hopefully it goes good. Nice. Well, just to clarify, the good PT people far outnumber the bad PT people.
And actually, we've seen and had some decent PT people at the VA.
Tom.
Hey, Tom.
We missed you yesterday.
But yeah, to Wolf, I got a new plate and 10 screws in my shoulder in October, end of September. So yeah, that's just the latest hardware. And then because that wasn't quite interesting enough on its own, while I was in the rehab center for that, I ended up having 2 breast biopsies and about 3 weeks ago a lumpectomy. I do not have cancer. I am happy to tell all y'all I do not have cancer, but they did take a big old chunk out. Yeah, I have the only thing that I have ever had less than a year and a half of PT on, and that was just because they released me and I ended up having to do other things to get therapy, was a knee. But everything else I've ever had, I've had at least a year and a half of PT. I had over 2.5 years of PT for the lacerated spinal cord.
When is our next horde night?
Good boy.
126.
Okay.
Which is part of the reason we have ammo cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true. I did basically that to my elbow 5 years ago and got a half point replacement. Or, you know, falling down the stairs in a foreign country.
Complete new roof, window, and several. Oh, okay. Well, at least you got the work done.
boy, yes, we had our roof done 5 years ago. About. Because I got home from being out of the country and found it raining in my laundry room.
Yeah, not a good sign.
No. We had apparently taken a tree branch into the roof at some point earlier. Because when they got up there to do the estimate, it was like, yeah, this is... But we had a big, major wind, gale force type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Basically skinned the shingles off where the damage was, and so I got home from England, I think, and found it raining in the laundry room.
Was there anyone looking after the house?
El was here, but he was at that point he was laid up enough that he wasn't. You know, he would go to the front door. He never went out the back way.
Oh.
And then, so we, the roofing folk, tarped it up and ordered supplies and all the rest of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had more of that gale force wind. And so Mike, God love him, Thanksgiving morning, Mike and his 80-something-year-old father came over to replace the tarps that had been not correctly replaced by either an insurance adjuster or, one of the roofing guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Thanksgiving morning, Mike and his dad came and re-tarped my roof. That is just one of the wonderful things that terrific guy does.
Oh. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Tom.
Yeah, and why don't you have any water filters?
Yeah, after falling downstairs. Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually, I was in the Philippines for my brother's funeral, and the day I arrived, I fell down a flight of stairs at the hotel, and put 4 days in hospital instead of 4 days dealing with my brother's effects. So yeah, that was unamusing in major ways.
Now, could the church have greased up the stairs to make you fall so that you didn't have as much time to deal with his estate?
I would not have put it past Melvin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't. It was, it was the fairly high-class Asian hotel with the really, really shiny mirror-finished white marble steps.
Oh, yep.
And no railings, no banisters, and all the reflections. So not being able to tell where the steps end, or actually where the ramp ended. And yeah. The whole no railing, no banister thing was really the... they did put potted plants there for the balance of the time that I was at the hotel. I'm sure that they did not stay. And one of the suggestions from my travel companion was tape on the edge of the risers. You know, visibility tape. Oh no, that was not going to happen. That their decorator aesthetic would not. That was not going to happen.
And there's no liability there.
There actually is.
Oh.
Oh yeah, but it would, you know, it would take me going back to the Philippines and spending some quality time with lawyers. I actually conferred with one of my brother's patrons. Is a former Philippine legislator, and her son is a judge. And I conferred with him. And apparently they do not have the silly statute of limitations like we do. So, you know, because even now, it's been 5 years, if I go back and pursue it, you know, they are clearly responsible, and I should clearly have gotten...
well, did they at least pay medical and stuff like that?
They did.
Okay.
They did. Because
Okay.
I couldn't get out of the hospital without paying. That is one of the things about, you know, overseas medicine. Is you pay the bill before they discharge you. And it was, you know, it was one of those, it appeared to be a shocking amount, but it was, you know, a shocking amount in Philippine pesos.
Yep.
It was actually not such a shocking amount in US dollars, thankfully. Hey, One to Love.
And One to Love. How are you? Yep. Still playing it, still building, although the builds tend to creep bigger and bigger.
They do that, don't they?
Well, the building itself isn't going to be bigger. The grounds it's on are going to be much bigger.
Don't need your help, really. Thank you. Yes, those are my fingers.
This one... Of course, you can't see for the fog.
Naturally.
So I'm trying to take this wall out along here. Already got this side. There was a straight up and down wall there, but it made everything look really cramped. This is the building itself. That gives us room for gardens out there now. We had room, but it was just barely enough room. This side is already done. This will be the front of the castle here. And right back around. Yep, so that's what we've been doing.
Keeps us off the streets.
A lot of the building's been done by Annie while I'm doing the landscaping. She's been doing an amazing job with the build.
Yes.
Tree. Yeah, she's got me out gardening while she's in there having fun.
Such a hardship.
Mm-hmm. And she really cracks the whip.
But you like it.
Well, true. That's not the point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness. Someone's been here. Because Judy Witch's garden normally respawns natively, does it not? Yeah, somebody's been here more recently.
Her garden?
Yeah.
No.
Pumpkins and...
That only respawns if you start a new quest out there.
Ah. I swear we, harvested the Judy Pumpkin Patch.
No, I
More than
wish.
one.
I wish it did. No, more than likely someone had a quest out there, got all the pumpkins, then left.
Yeah. And apparently we have an airdrop out here.
Mm-hmm. I've got a drop out here as well.
I've already picked one up today too.
Mm.
So
It happens.
it does. I haven't been up here for quite a while. I'm up north.
Well, my drop is a wall.
Yeah, there was actually one like 50 meters behind the base when I first logged in.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is the northmost, I think, GAN town. And the drop's in town. And of course, you know, I can see 6 feet in front of my face because it's freaking foggy.
Oh. I need that mod that controls weather.
Oh my god, yes, we need that mod.
Just turn the weather off.
Yes, indeed. I am wholeheartedly in support of that.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. America. Shopping carts unharvested.
I think those may respawn.
I believe they do. But
Those are kind of like the trash piles.
and had a mountain of books too. But I figured I'd make the water filter circuit. And if I could see, I would know where to go to, you know, check paper racks and ATMs, but no. Got a mailbox.
Yep, that's asking too much.
Yeah, well, might be thinning a little. But then again, of course it is. It's almost time for the sun to go down. Because that's how these things work. Am I in an unharvested vending machine?
A destroyed vending machine?
A not in service vending machine, so
Yeah.
harvestable. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Sir Welshie, how are you? Your kids want to try and play this game? I could see them playing it. If you don't mind them seeing the violence. The cartoonish violence. The jiggle physics isn't there as much since they've replaced the stripper.
Yeah. Ah, the fog is clearing. Just in time for the sun to go down.
Yep.
Here's... Somebody has marked a workshop up here. It wasn't me, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Could it be one that I'd scouted out?
Possibly. It is also up, it's up north and accessible to a couple of the big diggy places, so Karubi probably did. Or she built out her big place up yonder.
Mm-hmm.
Bird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bird.
They play FNAF, God of War, Minecraft. Oh, yeah, then they're used to it.
That's actually the first bird I've seen for a while.
Yeah, because it's not as bad as a lot of the other games. Yeah, if they like the tower defense type of games, something that's just laid back and fun to play, should be a good game for them. There's no sex in it, except for the escort.
Ah, I do recognize this place. This was one of the places that we scouted for possible build. Which is why it has a blockhouse and a little
Getting
I
a little
didn't
bored
realize.
with killing the zombies. Adra.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was this far back south already.
Oh.
Because, you know, I'd been up toward the desert border.
I didn't even crawl out of bed until about 2 o'clock. Well, I had another hard night sleeping. So I should not be yawning right now.
No, you should. But it happens.
True. I'm glad I decided to go back and re-listen to the Iron Druid books.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to forget how good those books are.
They are. I have not actually listened to them for a while.
And
they
just
are delightful.
Yeah, and just what a joy Oberon is. He's
yeah.
the best written character in the entire series.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true, Dragon Lord. This is very relaxing. And it's kind of mind-numbing.
Can be.
But it's a good thing to do just to sit back and have conversations with people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Dragon Lord, it really depends on your kids. If you think your kids can handle it, I don't see a problem with them doing it. I mean, you know your kids more than anyone else. If you think they could handle playing something, then why not?
Yeah, I mean, I know grown-ups I wouldn't recognize doing this. I wouldn't recommend doing this. And, you know, I know a 5-year-old who would probably rock on it.
Yeah.
But she doesn't do much screen time because she's too busy doing other things.
Well, some kids just aren't aged or brought up right.
Yeah, well, you know, she's not sure she's crazy about fencing.
That she's crazy about what? Fencing?
Fencing.
Oh.
Yeah, she's got fencing and ballet.
And both of which are extremely time consuming.
Yeah. Well, and fortunately complementary in terms of, you know, physical skill and demand. Because, you know, ballet helps your fencing a lot.
Routine of Bam Bam? Is that a part of Poppy Playtime? Poppy's Playtime, when it first came out, was just brilliant, I thought. Because I don't think anyone had done anything quite like that at the time. And there were some really, really creepy parts to that.
Annie, do you want me to bring food stuff all back to the main base mostly?
Sure, if you like it.
Well, it's because otherwise I'm going to start
Is that because...
food boxes up here at the workshop. I mean, that's the other option. So
Yeah, you can bring it to the main base and then transport food that you need up to the satellite.
yes, I have not been making like a bandit on the egg today so far.
Mm.
Yeah. I undoubtedly will, but I haven't so far.
Mm.
Yes, you're an adorable little kitty donut.
Is she curled up in front of the keyboard again?
She is curled up in next to the keyboard in front of the mouse.
Oh. She still wants that mouse.
She does love that mouse. There is no question about it.
And she is a cat. Cat should have mouse.
Yes.
You should be giving it to her.
Yes,
Just according to her.
All mouths are for cat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do not need 73 lines of equal sign on my box. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All your mouses belong to cat.
Yes, all mouses belong to cat. No, do not rest your head on the numpad. Thank you.
Looking for a gas leak?
Like,
really?
Human, how dare you? What did you just open, cat? No, we are not adding count to Microsoft anything. No,
Oh.
You do not get your own account.
The baby in yellow is funny. Isn't that based on
She's
Lovecraft's?
I am so totally adorbs thing.
Isn't that based on Lovecraft's The King in Yellow? I remember right. That one is that one is actually
the second time she's opened it.
Are you hearing us?
He's fighting with cat. She's fighting with Cat. So
Mm-hmm.
Time. No, kitten, you cannot have your own account.
Cat is being very pushy.
Well, yeah, cat.
So Bit,
But
did she open the console again?
but I am trying
I
to
am too cute for words video.
carry on a conversation with
Send
chat.
links. That is the fourth or fifth time she's opened the add an email account. Nope. Oh, do not create an account. Do not create an account. Kitten, you do not get your own email account.
Okay. 5. You have no clue. They tell you how to play by watching the YouTube. Aha. I thought I said Lovecraft. Did I say Hitchcock? I don't remember. Doing too many things. It's hard for me to think when other people are talking or carry on a conversation. So I'm in a separate channel for the moment so that I don't keep getting interrupted. And until she gets her kitty settled down. To check see if he did it or not. Ah, okay. With the way my memory has been, and partly because I'm self-conscious about it, I have been known to say one thing and mean another. But yeah, if I remember right, the King in Yellow is a fairly famous story. And I love when they put a twist on it like that. There's not a lot of violence in that, the Baby in Yellow. So, it'd be okay there. But it looked fun. I've watched a couple of people play it. King in Yellow's before Lovecraft. Robert Chambers, written in 1985 or 1895. Interesting. Actually, the author that I liked a whole lot, the horror author that I liked a whole lot more than Lovecraft, and he influenced Lovecraft, is Algernon Blackwood. The problem I always had with Lovecraft is he didn't really give me enough description to be able to visualize what his stories were about or what was going on in the stories. So while his stories were interesting, his writing wasn't that great. Vague and indescribable. Another fan. Yeah, in other words, a bad writer. I don't actually like Lovecraft. I like the stories and concepts he came up with, but I don't like reading him. I've actually read quite a bit of this stuff. Yeah, exactly, Dragon Lord. Okay, let me go back into the other channel. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yes, the kitty cuteness is in private links. 10 seconds of video.
Uh-huh. Pixel, how are you? Severe mental issues. Even for the time he was bad. Yeah. Oh, he started a whole thing. Algernon Blackwood was one of his inspirations for writing, and he was much more of a down-to-earth, Hitchcockian, Stephen Kingish type of writer. His stories, I thought, were more interesting. Game Pups, how are you? Good to see you again. Yeah, I've seen some depictions of that Dragon Lord. How are your streams coming along? You still having fun? Yeah, yours. But you're getting there. I know how that is. You should get to bed 6 a.m. comes early. With your zoo? Uh-huh. Well, have a good night. It's good to see you again. Yeah, getting back on a consistent schedule, that can be a pain. Uh, Especially if you've had to take some time off. Hope you can do it. It just takes building up that stamina. You've already got the first track for the new album. Oh, nice. Very nice. I didn't know you made music as well. You're on album 13? Really? Pagan hip hop. Huh. Do you have a SoundCloud or anything like that? I'm assuming you do.
Goodness gracious.
Hmm.
Album 13. That's pretty accomplished.
Yeah. On Spotify? Is it? Hang on a minute. I need to make a note. Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'm always interested in new music. And the pagan hip hop sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I used to say I liked all music except for hip hop and rap, but that's even changed. I like hip hop and rap now.
Yeah, see? There's still hope.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on the hip hop and rap.
Well, I'm not cheating our fish, it's everything's.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Yeah. It's ice JJ Fish.
Oh,
Yeah.
nightmare fuel. How about that?
Yes.
Still forgive you for that. There, that's why I get nightmares. Don't know why. Oh wait, that's why. Tex shared us that video.
Mm-hmm.
And enriched your life.
Sure, let's go with that.
Well, I stopped listening to music for a long time, then came back to stuff like nu metal and absolutely fell in love with nu metal. So people like Slipknot, Mushroom Head, Clutch was new, System of a Down was new, because I'd just been completely out of touch. Oh, I see. Game Pups. And produce all of it yourself? Huh. Actually, the group that comes to mind for me is a band called Head P. Kind of a punk rap type of music. And the only one I really don't like, the only type of music I really don't like is just pop music. While I appreciate what she has done, I don't like Taylor Swift. I don't care for Megan Thee Stallion. I don't care for Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj is no. Well, for that, I just don't like her as a person. So
I
There is that.
so that kind of ruined her music for me. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Madonna. I don't really care for Cher.
They're gonna take away your gay card for that one.
oh, I know. Like I'm scared.
But I do like The Who. I like Hulong, or whatever, however you pronounce that.
Hailong.
Hailong.
You know, get like 6 of their CDs in the car. Whatever we're on about.
I don't like her voice. She's whiny and nasally. I've got more respect for Britney Spears than I do Madonna. And at least Britney did it again.
Oh boy. Okay, for that, sir. Sorry, I can't sledge you. Darn it. Darn it. Stupid fun pimps. How am I to control people without my sledge turret?
It's still making me unicorn.
True.
With
I do have.
With floaty arrow.
You're right. I do have exfoliators on me.
So you're gonna come out and help me take down this wall?
Nope. Let's see. What are the ranges on this thing?
I don't remember.
I imagine you can find out.
Yeah, well, I tried and nothing happened, so he's in the plane. Aim a little higher.
As long as you're not damaging any blocks in the process.
Yeah, the range is not very great on these things.
Izzy, how are you?
Hey, Izzy.
Wonder if Skike got his computer worked out.
We'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
I will also be bringing you more steel, Annie.
Awesome.
Because I've, been cooking it up here. How is concrete down there?
I think we're doing okay.
Okay, not a problem, Game Pups. So what kind of noms are they grabbing, Game Pups? Wolvers? Not sure what that is. Is that donuts? only asking because I don't know that I've actually seen the word spelled out. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm originally from Texas. I was wondering why that word was familiar. Why the name was familiar. My family still lives in Texas, which reminds me I need to call my mom and see how she's doing. Well, she had a really minor stroke.
Oh no.
So, need to call her and check in on her.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what one does with moms.
Mm-hmm.
Or in my case, my mom calls and checks on me because
Because the mom is stronger than their kids. Yep, it's fine.
yeah.
It's fine.
Well, we chuckle about it.
Mm.
She spent more years on the ranch than I did. And that is absolutely why she is more robust than I.
Mm-hmm.
There is no doubt about it.
Horse ranch?
Winter wheat and cattle mostly.
Okay.
We shared pasturage with a neighbor who had dairy cows.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, I lived on a tulip farm.
A tulip farm?
Nope. A roll-up green grass farm.
Okay. Was having trouble hearing you because you were breaking up on me.
Ah, yes. Sure.
There we go. Oh, wait. That's not gonna work. Wrong shape.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's the one big thing that I kind of miss about Texas was there were a couple of donut shops
Oh my word! I used
that
to stop
were
and get.
really good. You used to
I
stop
used to
and get.
stop and get right out of the fryer on my way to work. I
Uh-huh.
would get a box of donuts for the gang.
Uh-huh.
Place on, I think it was on Guadalupe.
Mm-hmm. That may be the one that I'm thinking of. They weren't round donuts. They were 8-sided donuts. Extremely oily.
I was thinking 6-sided, but
Yeah, could have been.
possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because the 6-sided cutters,
Mm-hmm.
there's no overrun. There's no borders. You
Yeah.
can cut. They nest like honeycomb.
Right.
I
think that is the one that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Guadalupe and about, God, I don't know, 50 something.
Yeah, those were the type of donuts I was raised on. Yeah, forget about the Krispy Kreme. There's no substance to Krispy Kreme.
Ooh.
You clear out their apple pie bear claws. Ah.
Yeah, the donut shop we used to have back in Allen was Max's, and they had like the best bear claws, old fashions, and glaze. Like their glazed donut was actually had substance to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the other thing that I grew up with, because, you know, Utah, Idaho, were spud nuts.
Which one?
Spud nuts.
Still having trouble hearing you.
Spud nuts.
Okay. Bud nuts.
Which are potato based.
Oh.
And were very famous and very they were kind of the Krispy Kreme of their day. In, you know, the 60s, 70s.
Of course, I was introduced to White Castle in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
We lived in Mississippi for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That's still not. No, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, I think my only encounter with White Castle was probably when I was going to school in Kentucky.
I don't think I ever went to Crystal's. And we only got White Castle every once in a while because we didn't have a lot of money to spend on stuff like that. Mississippi farm.
Yep. I'm all there.
Yep. I keep mispronouncing it. It's not Mississippi, it's Mississippi.
Yeah, well. We won't hold it against you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna call the Mississippi police on you too, so
They're both crap.
receive us.
Now, my serving student place when I was going to school in Kentucky was Waffle House.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it was also 24 hours.
Yeah. Waffle House used to be really good. I don't know what they're like now.
I have no idea because the closest one to here is Tucson.
Oh.
So we're not in any danger from Waffle House anytime soon.
Are there Wendy's around here?
There are.
What about Sonic?
There is one, I think, left in the state. It is up by the naval station up north. There is also one Carl's Jr. up by the naval station because they have contracts with the, you know, it's hometown comfort food for Navy guys.
Yeah, because Sonic used to be my favorite hamburger. Because if you got a burger with pickled jalapenos on it, they put a ton of jalapenos on it.
I have to take you to Burger Master. Burger Master is probably our comparable to Sonic. They do not, however, have Sonic's cherry limeade.
Yeah.
which is, you know, the one thing I miss from Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
Although the last time I was in New Orleans, I did, in fact, tie not one, but cherry stems in nuts.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sonic was, especially with their brown bag special, I used to live on those brown bag specials.
Yeah. Burgermaster had something like that not so many years ago. I don't know if they still do since COVID. And Burgermaster is a local. They've got like 6 or 8 of them. But they use good meat, decent meat. And actually, that was one of the things about Wendy's. Is, you know, Wendy's used quality meat, and back in the day, they pattied it on site.
Yeah. Oh, I remember going to Wendy's right after they opened. Their burgers were amazing back then. Not so much now, but they were amazing back then.
Yeah, they still, I think, use... I mean, it's one of the few fast food places where I've worked that I'll actually still willingly eat. Because they were really conscientious about quality.
Yeah. I am so glad we never talk about food.
Yeah, what would we do?
I know. Never heard of the substance? Oh, okay. Needs to be fixed.
Oops. I put a block behind there. Excuse.
Seven Days to Die is trying to complain that he didn't have support.
No, I guess no support for it to handle itself. Okay, I'll give it a pass on that one.
Be right. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I may have to come down one more. Dang it.
Oops.
Yeah, that's what I did wrong.
I'm so glad I have maxed out parkour and
Mm-hmm.
bouncy boots on.
Handy that, isn't it?
Yep. Because just I jumped and I just misplaced mark and I just went all the way down to the floor.
Oops.
Yep.
Yeah. I have company. How special. Of course, I have forges going, and I've been 5 stories underground, and so I haven't heard any portenders of company. However, they're standing around. Well, now they're, flying across the field because.
Oops, your hand slipped.
Yep. I'm okay with that. Which means there's probably a body bag somewhere around the spikes. Maybe, if they had the decency to drop one.
Knowing them, they probably didn't.
Yeah, well, they're that way. Looks like no body bags. How rude.
Typical.
Well, and for chat, that's one of the reasons why I still prefer local restaurants, the little mom and pop types. They're still around. You can still find them. Their food is much better than any chain.
Oh, I recommended the ramen place to my ortho guy and to my physical therapist today.
Ah. Which ramen place? The one by 99?
Yeah.
Ah. That's a good place.
That is a very good place. And it's relatively new.
Yeah, I want to go back there for the tofu.
I'm not going to hear any argument out of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the tofu in question is an appetizer. It's 4 squares of fried tofu with toppings on it. And the toppings were just downright amazing.
Yes, really good.
So I know it was sesame and black sesame. Some green onion. And that's all that I could really identify. And a teriyaki sauce of some sort.
Well, not exactly teriyaki sauce, I
Yeah.
think. And some kind of probably bonito flakes. Crumpled bonito flakes.
Mm-hmm. But there was a smoky flavor, almost a burnt flavor on top. That just fits so well with the rest of the flavors. It was amazing. I still think it may be the black sesame that was giving it that quality.
I would not argue. Although that sauce, I'm sure, is a house sauce.
Yeah.
And Karubia could probably tell us what it actually is. But whatever the Japanese version of, smoked, yeah, we have smoked peppers. We do chipotle. They have smoked soy, and it's called whatever. She, of course, is the one who knows that.
Well, I didn't think it was a smoked soy because
I think that's part of the sauce.
Yeah. The flavor I'm thinking of was actually on top of the tofu. At least that's where I identified it or located it. But it was really good.
The stuff they drizzled it with to keep the onions and the toffee flake. I think had some of the smoky. And the ginger green curry was really good.
I don't remember what I got. I was a little too overwhelmed by the appetizer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just haven't reached it yet. There we go. Yeah. And Pixel, since I know you're here right now, what do you think of Pal World? And do you think it would be worth setting up a server? Okay. Well, so much for distracting Sebicas. I have. I'm approaching endgame. I'm to the point now where I need to start breeding the pals. So I'm trying to get all of that set up. In order to breed them, you have to have cake. So, securing sources for the materials to make cake.
Mm-hmm. Why?
But it's one of those games where I keep questioning whether or not I'm actually having fun with it. Because there's a lot of grinding late game. You might be about halfway. I'm level 43, 42 or 43. It's keeping me distracted from Elden Ring. Oh, got something going for it.
Yeah, I didn't think anything would do that.
Uh-huh. Enshrouded? I just don't know if I can play Enshrouded. Elle was showing it to me the other night. And it had all the qualities that I don't like in that type of survival game. I mean, if I want to have that much trouble getting water, I can just play 7 Days to Die.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. To me, it has the sense of, you know, really early 7 Days to Die.
Yeah. But I am intrigued by the building. No, I haven't heard anything about that. I know that even, what's the one with the hot air balloons?
Oh,
Forever
Forever
Sky.
Skies?
Yeah, was having issues with hackers.
That sounds good.
Yeah, especially when you have someone come into your world claiming to be the developer and screw up your world.
Yeah, that is unamusing.
Yep. And that's what was happening with Forever Sky.
Oh, wow.
It's like from 1990. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Wait a minute. The problem with a server on any video game is you can't do a half-ass job on it. You really have to know what you're doing and know how to prevent stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I don't do any server admin for stuff that we do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ellie used to.
Yep, exactly, Pixel. You don't even remember what game. Uh, Forever Sky? Or Forever Skies? Forever Skies is still a brand new game. It's another one that's in early access. You run around in a blimp that you're slowly upgrading. All of your stuff, the workbenches and stuff like that, are all on the blimp with you. It's a good game.
Great.
It needs more content, but it's a good game. It's a lot of fun. You missed that one somehow? Ah. It's a very slow-paced game. You can progress pretty quickly, but it's like Void Train or Heat Death Train. Just not as much combat, or almost no combat. So you're just going around to these places and getting resources and building up your ship. It's a comfort game. At least that's the way I always looked at it. You got it? Haven't played it yet? It's a very relaxing game. No, it's not complicated at all. I enjoyed it. I still play it every once in a while, but it's been a nice game.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I think I had sent it out before, but I don't remember.
I think you did, and I think it got waylaid by a kitty cat.
Ah, that's right.
Because, you know.
Did she ever settle down?
She went wandering off, though. But there is video.
Mm-hmm.
There's evidence.
There is evidence, yes. Yes, there is.
Yeah, we were having a Lovecraftian conversation, so
Yeah.
I just went to the other channel for a little bit.
But she turned my volume all the way down, so I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I wondered about that.
Yes, among other things. She tried to set up her own email account 5 or 6 times.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know.
Well, since you wouldn't give her your mouse, even though you don't appreciate it the way she would.
Mm-hmm. I know.
You had to try and get her own.
Yeah.
And she would take so much good care of that mouse.
Yes, indeed. Just ask her, she'll tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was telling Chad about Algernon Blackwood.
Ah, yes.
And we were discussing who wrote The King in Black, or The King in Yellow.
Ah, yes.
Which was before Lovecraft.
It was.
Which I didn't know. I had just assumed it was Lovecraft.
Yeah. Well, it fits the Lovecraft niche so neatly that it seems as if it should be.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one I knew was quite a bit older.
If I remember,
if I recall correctly.
Yeah, if I remember what Chet told me, it was like 30 or 40 years before Lovecraft. 1895.
Yeah.
When did Lovecraft start writing? Around 1904? Something like that?
Turn of the century-ish.
Yeah.
Because in terms of chronology, was a contemporary of Edward Burroughs.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, Blackwood was one of his inspirations. He was influenced by Blackwood.
Mm-hmm.
There was even a TV series that used a lot of his stories.
Blackwood, yeah.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember that. I don't remember actually seeing it, but I remember knowing of it.
Was the Night Gallery or something like that? Maybe earlier.
I don't think it was Night Gallery.
It was black and white.
There was another one that was same sort of thing as Night Gallery, and the only time I ever saw those was when I was with the grandparents, because so not allowed to see stuff like that.
Yeah, that would have been considered satanic.
Pretty near, yeah. Is it Night Stalker, maybe?
No, Night Stalker I thought was the Kloshak.
Yeah. Getting the name and the image that I have in my head together is... But yeah, I have a sense of what you're... Because I remember the name, actually. Blackwood.
Let's see if they gave him credit. Yeah, he was 1869 to 1951. Oh, he lived a lot longer than I thought. Oh, hang on. Let me double check that. Yeah, he died in 1951.
When did he last publish?
That biography doesn't say.
Because we may have a sense of him not living that long because he was out of circulation.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. No, it was Night Gallery.
Was it?
Yeah, because they did the story, The Doll. And it looks like The Willows may have been made as well. The Willows was an interesting story.
It is interesting, some of the stories that came out of the end of the Victorian age, and how not of their time many of them were. There are a lot of things that I read, as a youngling, that I did not realize were, 75 or 80 or 100 years old when I was a youngling.
Yeah. It's funny how the thinking of each generation doesn't really change.
Well, and things like the John Carter books, because the technology was so progressive. It was like, okay, so these were written in the 50s, right? No, they were published between 1906 and 1912.
Yeah.
Which gobsmacked me. Because he's describing aircraft autopilots, and they didn't even have functional aircraft at the time. And so, when I was a kid, 70s, I was like, okay, so these were written in the 50s, like much of the rest of the stuff that I read. And then I went back and, reread them years later, and it was like, when were these published? And like the Lensman.
So it looks like around the 1930s is when he stopped writing. Because everything else that's published after that are collections.
Which feels about right. That agrees with my sense of being aware of.
Yeah, the thing that surprised me was he lived much longer than I expected. And he died from a cerebral thrombosis. That means he bumped his head.
basically. Stroke of some ilk.
Yeah. What else did he do? Hang on a minute. He was more than just an author, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure he was. Professor, maybe.
Yeah, the wiki page only talks about his writing. Among the most prolific ghost story writers in the history of the genre.
Mm-hmm. Well, and one of the ones who actually established it as a literary genre instead of as casual storytelling around the fire.
Yeah.
Who is the first writer about time travel?
I don't remember. Chat. It
is a tricksy question because
yes.
it's you know, I immediately went to the time machine, which is not correct.
No. I was actually thinking the story the Reeves movie was based on. Christopher Reeves. That was based on a novel, wasn't it? I don't remember the name of the story, though. Or the movie. I hated it. I absolutely hated it.
Well, you'll do like I did when I tell you, I'm sure, because you know it was one of those, not quite a face palm, but it's the of course I knew that. Mark Twain.
He was the first?
Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
Really?
The first one that was actually defined as time travel.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like 30 years before Byrne. 20 years before Byrne, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course, as you know, as soon as Elle said it, I was like, well, of course it was. I mean, I even have that in my active, you know, in my Kobo for active reading.
Oh. See, Somewhere in Time is the one that I was thinking of. That's Richard Matheson.
Oh yeah,
that's much later.
80s?
Yeah.
70s, maybe.
Yeah, 1970s. Although he started writing in 1950s.
Right, but that one. Okay, I encountered it in the 70s. It may or may not have been new when I encountered it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought Somewhere in Time was much earlier. But if it's Richard Matheson, then that's more contemporary than I thought it was.
Much.
Well, I don't like time travel stories to begin with. So, having no real explanation on the mechanics of the time travel just irritates me. And that's what Somewhere in Time was about. It was more spiritual time travel than actual physical time travel.
Well, and there have been some interesting premises posited over over the decades. Particularly, again, going back to folk who were writing way ahead of their time.
Yeah.
Way before there was any understanding of quantum mechanics and string theory.
Yeah.
Things like holding space-time. Touching 2 points on the arrow of entropy. What was it? Touching 2 not co-located points on time zero, basically. And how they got there.
Well, what else was it that Richard Matheson has done? Because I remember the name, and I think I have read stuff by him.
Oh, he wrote a lot. Give me a second, I'll come up with something. Because I've got like 6 of them on the shelf behind my chair. And several of them have been translated into contemporary entertainment, either TV, movie, whatever.
Yeah. We may have to switch back to not talking about food because chat's been awfully quiet.
That has been awfully quiet. Because Matheson wrote hard sci-fi and horror, fantasy, horror.
He's not the one that did The Keep, is he?
I don't think so. But I Am Legend.
That's the one I remember. Yep. Because I Am Legend is brilliant.
I Am Legend is, and What Dreams May Come.
Mm-hmm. You had burnt ends today. Were you rolling your hair or something? Curling irons can be dangerous.
And What Dreams May Come is the other iteration of Somewhere in Time.
Yeah.
And he did a bunch of Twilight Zone, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. I'd have to look at his IMDb. But he's like David Gerald. He's known partly for his literary writing and partly for screenwriting.
Yeah, I Am Legend is one of the few books that the ending just blew me away. It's just so well done.
It is. It's brilliant.
And it's not even that long of a book, is it?
Not really. I mean, 400 pages maybe. Which for me is a not long book.
Yeah, same for me. Anything under 400 pages is a short book.
It's almost a novella, yeah.
Yeah.
Been some discussion about that in my library group too. It's the longest book you've read.
Depends on how you define that.
Well, yes, well, there's that too.
Because The Wheel of Time is one continuous story.
It is 12,000 pages.
Yep.
12,000 and change. And that was kind of part of the discussion that we,
How was the barbecue, Draconis? They had burnt ends.
Oh my!
That's why I was teasing them about the curling iron.
Curling irons, yes. Well, I need to go out with you one of these days too.
Two.
Probably Moonshine Barbecue.
Yeah, I've been tempted by that one.
They're pretty fair.
Mm-hmm.
All of my old favorite, slow smoker barbecue joints have pretty much gone.
Yeah.
Moonshine does a respectable job.
I judge very hard by if they do a good barbecued sausage, then it's a good barbecue joint. Between the sausage and the brisket.
They do a right respectable barbecued sausage, and they do a brisket mac and cheese. Although it's not, I mean, it's the mac and cheese I think is kind of pedestrian. And they basically just lay sliced brisket on it. Instead of chopping up the brisket and putting it in the cheese sauce.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, it's surprising, but the best brisket mac and cheese I have had was from Costco because they cooked the
this
brisket into the mac and cheese.
right,
It wasn't added after the mac and cheese was made.
right.
So the whole thing tasted like had a brisket,
Smoky,
yeah, smoky
smoky
brisket
brisket.
flavor.
Yeah, and there used to be a place in Woodinville
Hmm.
um, that was lovely. They also did like applewood smoked bacon.
Hmm.
Um, and they're long gone. That property got redeveloped to
Hmm. What state are you in?
baseball diamonds.
What state are you in, Draconis?
State of grace. State of
Missouri.
dismay.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as she's not in a state of outrage.
Well, yeah, there's that.
No, no outrage. Aha. Now, state of confusion, but that's a different matter. Oh.
Right.
Uh, I used to have a friend who was a self-described asshole. Uh, was very careful about going out in public with him because he was an asshole. Uh, he got into an argument at a restaurant with the waiter.
Oh, that rarely ends well.
Yeah. Uh, he ordered a pork barbecue sandwich and got into an argument with the waiter because he didn't get barbecue sauce with his sandwich. And how could it be pork barbecue if there's no barbecue sauce?
Mm-hmm.
That you can't have barbecue without barbecue sauce.
I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah. Which isn't true. Barbecue is a style of cooking.
Yes, it's a preparation method.
It is a preparation method. It is not the end product. It is not the sauce.
Yeah.
Barbecue with barbecue sauce is a different thing. Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't know that about curry. Curry is a style of cooking.
And there
It
are
made more sense once I knew that.
93,687,000 types of curry
Exactly.
because, everybody's got a kind of curry.
You talked curry last time? Ah. Yeah, that's why I always specify that I like Indian curry.
And
They're,
Pakistani and
I,
Punjabi.
well, to be honest, I haven't really run across a curry that I didn't like. There may be some fish curries that I wouldn't care for. It's just thickened stew. Yeah. Yeah, I love Indian curry. Of course, I like the accompaniments as well.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry used to make a cilantro thing to go with it. What's the cilantro?
The minced cilantro chutney.
Yeah, the cilantro chutney.
Yeah. I told you when I was on chemo,
Mm-hmm.
For 6 months,
Mm-hmm.
we had curry probably 4 nights a week, and
Mm-hmm.
I'd come home, and I'd put the rice on, and I'd start chopping onions and stuff, and then decide what kind of curry it was going to be.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, and he made a pilaf that was absolutely amazing. He only made it once because it was such a pain in the ass to make.
mm-hmm.
It had all the fried spices in it,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just a white rice, or not jasmine, but basmati rice, and the spices. But it had a crispy onions on top.
Sounds good.
Do you know how long it takes to make crispy grilled onions?
I do, unless you have a deep fryer.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
It takes about an hour to make crispy onions.
Yes, I know. Well, it's like making caramelized onions for French onion soup, which takes hours. Yeah. Well, the chemo I was on wrecks your liver.
Yeah.
And so your cholesterol and triglycerides go insane. And so I went back for my first month check, and my cholesterol was actually lower than it had been before I started it. And the doc was like, huh? And that held through the whole 6 months. And he's like, what are you eating? Because this is, every other patient I've ever seen on this drug, their, triglycerides are 400. And like, well, we have curry 4 or 5 nights a week. Curry of some ilk, red curry, yellow curry, green curry, and he was like, well, whatever you're doing, I've never seen it before, and keep going.
Well, in game pups, I know about the fish as a thickening sauce because they use that in animal food. I had a cat that was allergic to fish, and I had to be very careful about what cat food to get him. Because even some of the turkey and chicken will have fish in it as a filler or a thickener. It's the bone meal. Ah. Well, Jerry also made a really good chicken curry. And I don't really care for chicken. Because it had the curry had a white sauce or a pale sauce that was thicker than the lamb curry.
Probably a nominal yellow curry.
Something like that, yeah. It was really good.
That was my usual, if I was doing foul,
Mm-hmm.
it would likely be green or yellow.
Been deboned. Ah. Yeah, poor Dante. If he had fish, he had diarrhea for a week or two after.
Oh, Jaeger just birthed Elder Gods out his ass.
It got to the point with Dante that I would break an Imodium in half and scrape off just a little bit of Imodium and give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, yeah.
that worked a lot of the times.
Yeah, every now and again. I mean, we've got... Technically, Mew is the only one on the prescription diet.
Mm-hmm.
But even though one of them eats up high and the other one eats down low,
Mm-hmm.
you know, there is no way that I can not have them nom each other's food.
Yeah.
Unless I'm feeding... For a while, I was feeding Nell back in our bedroom. But, yeah, every so often, one of them will you know, birth an elder god.
Uh-huh.
Um,
They're eating the wrong food.
well, no, I mean, they're eating the prescription food, and I suspect, actually, that, because, of course, I never know which one it is. It's just the you know, the waft that, you know, I shouldn't smell from across the house.
Yep.
And I do.
Yep.
But I suspect that one of them is sensitive to some of the varieties of churu.
Oh, yep.
Because we get the, you know, 8 flavors in a box, and
Uh-huh.
they're all poultry based.
Mm-hmm.
But some of them do have like scallop flavor.
Uh-huh.
And I suspect that one of them is sensitive to those, but I don't know which one it is, so I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and churu is how they get their meds. So if it happens to, you know, generate super extra bonus stinky poo for a day,
Yep.
that's okay, because, you know, they're much better with their meds than without them.
Yeah.
So.
Have you been seeing any zombies out there?
I'm at the base now, and I saw a few as I was coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't had any while I've been harvesting the garden.
Okay.
Haven't seen any in the last little bit.
Because I upped the number of zombies to see if we can get at least some out here.
I definitely was had them hanging around the workshop when I came upstairs after doing all my chores there. So. And if I go back up to my diggy hole,
oh yeah,
I'm almost finished with the garden, and go up to the lead mine.
Well, we've got missing blocks out here.
like 5 screamers yesterday at the D Hill. And this is one that's, you know, a click north of the main base.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Because Andy lets the zombies in so that they can eat all the snacks. Lets them eat all the snacks. Drink all the soda.
Is that what's happening?
Mm-hmm. I think she's on break.
She is. And you know, speaking of snacks,
Mm-hmm.
let's see. Wonder what I'm gonna eat here in a bit.
Ariel, how are you? The important question is not what you will eat, but what you can eat. Yeah, that's true. Still alive? Well, that's a bonus.
Not dead yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting to be about time for me to sous vide another 10 pounds of chicken too. That is one of the delightful things about doing the solo packs of the sous vide chicken. Is, you know, pull it out of the freezer, nuke it or throw it in the Breville, and it can be a component in anything, or you know, just eat it the way it is. Well, yeah, I know you and chicken, but but that way, I mean, that's what basically Elle had. Most of the time I was in the hospital.
So you're getting close to the end of what you'd made before?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Getting to be time to make another batch.
Yeah, my first ex used to describe himself as a Neo-Pythagorean Hellenist. Speaking of Dionysus. He was a history nerd.
From Louisiana, so, you know, of course. And this is Carnival.
Yeah, he's the one that taught me what it's like to live with a codependent.
Taught you or made you aware of?
Taught me.
Taught.
Because he was an extreme codependent. We were together 8.5 or 9.5 years. He was the type that if he got into an argument, well, he didn't know how to compromise. He would give up instead of compromising. So it was a lot of work in that regards to make sure that he wasn't just giving up when some type of decision needed to be made.
Yes. Those that are fundamentally incapable of compromise. I've had a few of those in my life.
I think everyone does every once in a while.
Well, but a lot of people, I mean, not a lot of people are truly incapable of compromise.
Yeah.
Most people would rather not, because, you know, everybody wants things their way, but
yeah. Well, it was either his way or he just gave up.
Yeah.
That's not compromise.
No.
He's also how I learned that communication is key to a relationship.
Oh boy.
Communication and understanding.
Yeah, because you can communicate all day long, and if you're not actually speaking the same language, it's not ever going to end well.
Yeah. We actually broke up because he was sending letters to, he was a parole officer, and he was in communication with some of the prisoners.
That is so not okay.
Correspondence, written correspondence. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Communication and tacos. Yeah, tacos really help.
Tacos help. Tacos are good.
Burritos do too. But those are just soft tacos.
Yeah. But I've got some friends who are, who years ago were known as poly poster children. Before poly became, the super mainstream thing that it kind of has now. And they've been together for 35 years, maybe longer. And often ask, well, how do you do it? How do you maintain it? And it's like, we work at it. We communicate.
Yep.
And it's like, relationships don't just occur. They require ongoing maintenance.
Yep.
And the number of mainstream monogamous folk who that would never occur to them has always been kind of entertaining and kind of dismaying.
Well, I've always been in a non-monogamous relationship. Not so that I could go around sleeping with other people, but for the honesty.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one of the things. Ethical non-monogamy is not cheating. Is absolutely, positively, categorically not cheating.
Yeah.
And the scope of folk who don't comprehend that is, to me, I mean, as a sex positive educator, is, like I say, it's both mind-boggling and dismaying.
But that's also where communication is key, because you do need to be able to communicate.
You have to. And that, in fact, was the deal breaker in a couple of my relationships.
Yep.
I have practiced ethical non-monogamy for decades, and the deal breaker with Bill was not that he was seeing the little blonde; it was that he lied about it.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny. In mine and Jerry's relationship, being together 21 years, neither of us really did anything outside of the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But it was nice having that component there so that we didn't lie to each other if we did.
Yeah. 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 That's.
Yep, exactly, caveman.
I got company.
Mm-hmm.
Um. Let's see if that was a real scream or just a I'm chewing on the walls and frustrated scream. I think that was just an I'm chewing on the walls and I'm frustrated scream. I don't see any more company. Well, no. Delayed that.
Open relationship translated into English. No, because that term's actually been around for a really long time.
Since at least the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it means that phrase got mainstreamed in the 70s because there were a couple of books
Mm-hmm.
that were written in the 70s. And basically started getting mainstream press.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing that I kind of chuckle about every once in a while is being in a non monogamous relationship does not mean that you're going to be sleeping with everyone on the planet.
Right.
It just means that
Precisely.
you're not going to lie about it if you do.
Exactly.
And it's not permission to sleep with everything on the planet.
Well, it may or may not be.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what your negotiated rule set is.
Yep. The only time I ever got jealous of anyone wasn't, it was a friendship that my first ex had with a straight guy.
Mm-hmm.
They never did anything. There was no emotional bond there, but he spent a lot of time with the guy.
Mm.
And I got jealous of the time that he spent with him.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Mm-hmm. But him sleeping with other people, I didn't care. Sex isn't love.
Right.
And he didn't do it very often, so let him go out and have fun.
Yeah. And, and one of the other big things is, people are people.
Yep.
Things are going to happen.
Yes.
If you have a context for when they do,
Uh-huh.
then things are not going to go sideways and your world is not going to implode.
Well, the other thing that I noticed was every time that I've heard about someone cheating in a relationship and breaking up because of it, it's not because the other person went out and had sex with someone else. It was because they lied about going out and having sex with someone else.
Right. Because, humans are human.
Yep.
And we are animals. We are functional mammals when it comes to things like sex drive.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff happens. But what you do and how you do and deal with it is what makes terrific relationships or train wrecks.
Yep.
And yeah, caveman. It basically that's what it is. But it is, it is with mutually agreed upon boundaries. And whatever those boundaries happen to be, they're agreed upon by all parties involved.
Yep.
I generally prefer to meet my partner's, metamor before they get intimate. I don't demand it, but I generally prefer to. And, I've maintained friendships with some of these metamors when they've no longer been involved with my partner. Because we're all open and honest and communicating about it and playing by mutually agreed upon rules. And the relationship that I referred to, my our mutually agreed upon rules was that we would discuss things, and I had a strong preference for meeting the individual, and I knew who she was. I mean, she had actually worked for me at one point, and that was not, that was never the issue. The issue was lying about it.
Yep.
Because that, that ended an 8-year relationship. Because he chose not to be honest.
Me and my first ex, we didn't break up because of the monogamy issue. We broke up because he lied to me about writing these guys in prison.
Oh yeah, well, especially in his professional capacity.
As a parole officer.
That could land him in prison.
It almost did.
Yeah, I have no trouble believing that.
He got into serious trouble for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he lied to me about it.
Yeah.
I found some of his letters, and he lied to me about what they were. And it wasn't something that just happened overnight either. This had been going on, and he had been lying to me about it for a long time. And he got fired because of it. And it was when he got fired and got in trouble for it that I found out that he had been lying to me, and that was that. The other reason I was in a non-monogamous relationship is I don't have a strong sex drive. I never have. and it gave them the freedom to go out and play around. As long as they didn't.
Again.
Yep, as long as they didn't lie about it.
Where the bloody blue did she go? She's trying to snarf my Bambi. How rude.
Well, it'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, well, she didn't scream. Because, you know, she was busy snarfing my Bambi.
That sounds so wrong.
Yes, it does. Oh, well.
There was a couple that I knew in Austin, a lesbian couple. Mm-hmm. They used to refer to a certain position as snorkeling.
Yes.
And sniped by Jeff.
Oh, bye.
Mm-hmm. GG. It's not the anatomical term. Well, no, I would assume the anatomical term is actually helix, or what was it? Hallux. Well, first toe. Define first toe. Is it right foot or left foot? First toe may be different on each foot. It disagrees with you. Uh-huh. And where you're starting from exactly, Dragon Lord?
Yeah, so you're reading right to left or left to right?
Well, that may be true, Draconis, but remember, my bot is really stupid. It can't make those distinctions.
It tries though. It really does.
Although first toe should be in there. I don't know who coded it. I saw someone else using it, asked where they got it, and downloaded it for us to use. Yeah, not always, Jeff. Well, the bot is running in chatbot by Streamlabs. So Streamlabs should be enough to answer any questions about the intelligence of the bot. And anatomy for drawing. Ah. You touch bodies on the daily, so you know where everything is.
Yep.
Well, I knew they were a massage therapist.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say either a massage therapist or a magician. So
Or
Mm.
physiotherapist.
I think that's far enough back. You can play one in the bedroom. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really need to go through that list of questions and answers one of these days. If nothing else, to make it consistent.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we can't really entertainingly, feed the bot some interesting and obscure factoids because it won't comprehend, you know, anything that isn't a
Oh, dang it.
easily constructed question.
It's one of those.
Get company again.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, cat. I have that company again too.
Oh.
No.
Give our company.
I do.
Now, what I may do is just put the file up in Discord and let people edit the files. It's not hard to edit. It's not hard to add and remove questions.
But the fact that the bot does not comprehend things like punctuation
Mm-hmm.
and special characters and
Mm-hmm.
accents and
Yep, that has to be ASCII.
well, where's my bloody ladder? Been around the block here. There we go.
Yeah, but that gives you wings, Jeff.
Did she get bored with me?
Cat?
No, the screamer.
She may have.
Well, we'll see.
They have a tendency of doing that now.
Nope, she's still here somewhere.
Who is the best archer, Sterling or Jonathan? Depends on which archer you're talking about. The cartoon archer or the cartoon series archer, or are you talking about real life archers? Bow and arrow archers.
Real life archers?
Mm-hmm.
My old coach, actually, still holds some world records.
And did his own trick shots. Ah. Errol Flynn? I didn't know that Errol Flynn was a real archer.
He was. Gene Wilder was a fencer.
Is anyone here familiar with Marlene Dietrich?
Besides me?
Well, yeah, I'm asking mainly in chat.
Yes.
I figured you would know who she was.
Oh, yes.
Oh, she was an old actress. If you've ever seen Blazing Saddles with, what's her name, who does the singing? Madeline Kahn. Madeline Kahn was doing a spot-on impression of Marlene Dietrich in Blazing Saddles.
Yes,
I mean, absolutely spot on. She had a writer in her contract that almost any movie she did, she had to sing a song in that movie. So, in Witness for the Prosecution, which is a serious crime drama movie, there's a scene with her singing a song that they were forced to put into the movie. Spent like 200,000 or well, 150 to $200,000 just so she could have that song in the movie, which stood out like a sore thumb.
But it's like Christopher Walken and
Yeah.
his
Dancing writer.
His dancing writer, yeah.
I just always found it humorous that she would have that song in the movie Witness for the Prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a great movie. If you ever get a chance, please do go watch Witness for the Prosecution. Oh, Madeline Kahn was brilliant. But
Oh, yeah.
but watching Witness for the Prosecution will give you a new appreciation for Madeline Kahn. Because I have a feeling that that's one of the movies that she pulled on in order to do Blazing Saddles.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really good movie. What was the movie that Betty Davis was in? Was it? Oh, The Letter. The Letter is another good one. It was funny. The Letter. Betty Davis was another one of the notorious actresses. The Letter, according to stories, they filmed her scenes over and over and over again until she was finally worn out before they could get a good take. At least some of the scenes. Because she had to have things her way.
Mm-hmm. So they say.
Yeah. Well, a good example of that is she almost ruined the Little Foxes.
Mm-hmm.
Which was an amazing movie in spite of her.
Company again. So I guess I'm getting all your company, boss.
Mm-hmm.
So it would seem.
Well, you would think that I would see at least a few screamers, but I haven't seen anything out here. Well, I had a couple of hordes of 5 or 6 zombies, but not in a long time. You were saying, Annie?
They're all at Ben's place.
Oh.
And so now I have a big pile of dead meat.
Mm-hmm.
2 Normans, 2 Jins, 2 Nicoles, 2 Karens, 1 Screamer. Yeah. Here's somebody else.
Yeah, exactly, Dragon Lord. Has anyone here seen Big Valley with Barbara Stanwyck? That may be too much of a niche TV show.
Well, it hasn't been in syndication for a long time.
True.
It was in syndication in, what, the 80s maybe?
Mm-hmm.
70s? 80s.
Well, that and it was a Western, so not everyone liked Westerns.
Right.
Barbara Stanwyck was in it. Yep. She did a movie called Lady of Burlesque, in which not only does she sing, but she sings and dances, and does several burlesque acts. And it was amazing seeing someone who I'd only really known from the Big Valley doing burlesque acts. I mean, she even sang "Take It Off the E string, play it on the G string," which as a kid I would never have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
Which also for a movie of that time was rather risque.
That was fairly risque for the day. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
I think it was a pre-code movie.
I don't know. I don't remember when the code came out.
Sometime in the 30s.
I'm not sure if it was 30s or 40s.
That
was the...
Fairly sure it was the 30s. It may have been late 30s. You've got me curious now.
Because I'm pretty sure Gone with the Wind was pre-code, and that was 1939.
Uh, 34 to 68.
Oh, well.
When was Lady of Burlesque? I don't remember if that was pre-code or not. Oh.
Of course.
No, it is not pre-code.
They did a lot of really clever entendre and to get around the code.
They certainly did.
God, no, I got company again. All right, where is she?
Stop that.
Quit digging by my wall. Up, and your green glowy sister beside you, yes. You know, guys, I'm trying to mine here. You're annoying me.
Yeah.
They do that. Well, burlesque never entirely went away.
Mm-mm.
There's always been a
Somewhat underground. Yep.
Yeah. There's burlesque never really went away. Although it is now coming back in a much more mainstream way, which, you know, suits a lot of folk.
And isn't Lady of Burlesque a murder mystery? I remember right.
You know, I don't remember because I have a hard time keeping them straight, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after one of their group is murdered, the performers at a burlesque house must work together to find who the killer is before he strikes again. Well, it. Well, actually, it also depends on when the movie was made. I was thinking cabaret, because cabaret is another form of burlesque. Uh, the movie Cabaret is set in the 30s. Was it 30s?
Yeah. Maybe 20s, but 30s,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, exactly, Evil Jeff. What, burlesque? Or cabaret? Well, you do have a point, Dragon Lord. Like, usually if they're going into a club, then they know exactly what they're getting into. And I think most burlesque is performed in theaters rather than in a club. I haven't paid attention to burlesque in many years. Well, actually, technically, with cabaret, isn't it burlesque being performed in a cabaret? Isn't the cabaret the building or club? I think the name of the place in cabaret is cabaret.
I don't remember. A cabaret can be an establishment.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe it is also a type or style of theatrical production.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, one
I think
definition.
but then again, it's you go to see theater in the theater.
Yes.
Yes, because cabaret implies like an intimate kind of show,
Mm-hmm.
which include magic, juggling, other varying acts, and a non-strip tease dance.
Uh-huh. Where
Saying
burlesque is very
is basically
sexual.
it's a striptease art form.
Mm-hmm.
So a cabaret might have some burlesque performance going on.
Mm-hmm.
And a cabaret, I think, also by definition is a service establishment as opposed to an entertainment venue. So drinks, eats, which theaters don't generally have. Some do,
Mm-hmm.
but most
Mm-hmm.
don't.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Casa Fall
Mm-hmm.
is considered a cabaret.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that. I need to watch that again someday.
I was so lucky I think it was in 2000. Right after the millennium.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill and I took his dad and his aunt, who was busy dying from cancer, to Las Vegas. And saw a landmark anniversary production of La Cage aux Folles live in one of the showrooms.
Ooh.
And I think it was the 60th anniversary of La Cage, which would have made it premiere in 1940.
I really didn't like the American remake of that. The performances were really good. It just wasn't as believable. We didn't have the same type of political situation.
Well, it is highly cultural. That's another thing, you know. The strip acts versus dancer acts versus taunting theatrical productions versus vaudeville. The what was acceptable when where was highly cultural.
Well, my biggest problem with the Birdcage, the American version, is I don't think it really fit modern era. And it's not the it's the political situation because of what happens at the end. That just didn't work that well for me. Our politics are different.
Very. Both time and place.
Yep. Have people in chat actually seen La Cage aux Folles? Or the Birdcage?
Oh, no. No. Oh, boy.
Henny, what are we going to do with you?
It's wrong. It's the wrong block.
Yeah, and actually, and that's one of the other things, you know, this is where I do the yes, I'm the geezer on this stream. Because what was tantalizing in the time-space cultural context of even my generation, and you know, millennials and Gen Zers, and is entirely just because, you know, They grew up watching Full Frontal Nudity on HBO.
Yeah. Well, and the political aspects that I'm talking about are more the who the son falls in love with, and the son asking the parents to do that for him. I just I can't believe it. It's not believable to me. Right. Out of range. Probably out of range. Every single one of those.
It's raining.
Yep.
That shape does not work at all.
Dang it. They do this on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they sure do.
And La Cage aux Folles is one of the movies I always recommend. It's very, very well done.
Kitty cat. Settle.
And dang it. Pull her up individually.
Hi, kitten.
So do you have Kitten and Mama in there now? Or has it been Kitten all along?
I know this is Mew again. No, Nell came in for a bit and decided that yeah, I need to get her a new scratch pad for her her place under the chair. Because otherwise she'll scratch on the chair. And she's got, one of those corrugated cardboard things.
Oh, so she wanted a new one?
She wants a new one. And of course, her way of telling me she wants a new one is scratching things she's not supposed to scratch.
Yep. Well, it's all about that body language.
Yeah. And she is so not keen on nail clipping.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Okay. Also, Horde Night.
Oh yeah, yeah it is. Oh, Big Papa, did you see the mammoth baby that they just got out of the permafrost in Siberia?
Okay, I'm back. Big Papa.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Okay, I heard her. Where is she? One each flaming Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure that's not the only one I was hearing.
So, chat, have y'all heard of a movie called Pontypool? It's kind of a zombie outbreak scene from the inside of a radio station. I finally sat down and watched it a month or two ago. It was much better than I expected.
is a familiar sounding premise, but I know I haven't seen it.
It's one of the horror movie sleepers. It's got the feel of one of the really old-fashioned horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a lot of blood and guts. 90% of it takes place in one room. It's not an original idea for a movie, but it was really well done. And the way they do the zombies is interesting.
Yeah, that's probably why the premise sounds familiar, but...
Yeah. And it's not technically a zombie movie. It's more along the lines of The Crazies or Impulse. Of course, not many people would remember Impulse either.
There is that.
Patricia Tallman was in it. Ah. Was Dead Air the original name?
That actually is why it sounds familiar, because I belong to a list that she's on.
Oh. Well, I'm not sure why. I think it's such a... Mainly because it's such a slow burn movie that it never really became popular. It was a really good movie. Yeah, set in a radio station. I don't see Patricia in it, though. Unless it was remade. I wonder if they remade it. The 2008 movie. No, no alternate versions. See about collections. Oh, there's even a part 2. Oh, dang it, I'm missing the zombies.
Come on over here, bud. I got company again.
So Dead Air was the one you were talking about? Evil Jeff? I wonder if I've seen that one.
She lost her head, so did she. 2 screamers in a row.
Yeah, pretty much the same premise. Uh, 2008 and 2009. Ha! I bet they sold. One of them stole the script from the other and made enough changes to get away with it. Kind of like Deep Impact and what was the other one? The other asteroid movie.
Armageddon?
Armageddon. I don't remember which one, but one was put out in order to make money off the fame of the other one.
Huh.
So they both have the same story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly, Evil Jeff. That's why I was wondering if one was put out to
Bank
on the other one. Yep. More than likely, the one from in LA, which is the later one, if I remember right. Exactly, Evil Jeff. Yeah, because that happens all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I'd never heard it called cross-pollination, but that's actually a good description. I've seen Pontypool, but I haven't seen Dead Air. I'll have to go look that up. And I did finally watch Heredity, which was strange. Very strange. Though I have to give them credit, it did not end the way I expected it to. Skike, how are you? You're doing good? I'm glad to hear that.
Let's see, this is streamer number 76 for the day.
Mm-hmm. Airdrop.
Yep.
So, are you doing Fortnite tonight?
No.
Okay.
I'm actually going to be calling it a night pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
My neck is starting to give out on me.
Oh, I got the other window done.
Hmm?
I got the other window done.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Nice.
yep. Now working on the side windows.
Oh. It's a really nice design.
That looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for this I changed out where's it good? I changed this block here
Mm-hmm.
because it was a trim block,
Mm-hmm.
but now I'm using the gutter block, the bowling gutter double.
Oh, okay.
Trim. Where's that block I was using? Yeah, so this was the original block I had right here. I was using. Gave me like get some paint. So I had it I think it was that way, and then this middle part was like the cream.
Oh.
Now it's blinding. Now I use this right here. So
Is that shiny?
it's just bright on my end because this is white and my flashlight's on. There we go. That's better.
Oh.
Is that
No,
shiny?
it's not. Yeah.
This is very glowy. The glow is very real.
Did I hear a zombie? Or is that my stomach grumbling?
Oh, your stomach grumbling.
Yeah.
Now
that's another screamer.
Yeah, I'll say it again. I hate angled windows because there are not that many angled blocks to use to make windows look good.
Yeah, I know.
But I have something going on. It's just not what I wanted, though. But I'll live with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we ready to call it a night?
Yep.
Let me get to someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, screamers, more screamers, more screamers. I'm only about a click from the base, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can go ahead and let chat go, though.
You can.
Yep.
Good night, Chad. Happy time zone wherever you are, and have a fabulous tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I hope everyone had a good night. I had fun. Always fun talking with chat, just rambling on about stuff. So, Jeff, Skike, and Draconis, Dragon Lord, anyone else in on the chat? Caveman, and everyone else. I will see y'all tomorrow. I think there was a Monarch in there earlier. He may be lurking. Anything going on? I don't think there's anything going on. And my neck is getting a lot better. It's a little fatigued right now, but it's not hurting. So, I hope y'all have a good night. Otherwise, I'll see y'all tomorrow. So, have a good night. Bye.